We, the Wurundjeri, are known as the Manigat people. We are a part of the oldest living, continuing culture in the world. Each letter of our welcome word, Wurundjeri, brings an individual commitment to continuing ancient customs and the law of the land. We pay our respects and acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Wurundjeri, Wurundjeri Balik, Yemen, Kundibik. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
Good evening and welcome to Rod Laver Arena on what is a stunning summer's evening here in Melbourne. And we have hit the night session. A couple of good matches to look forward to tonight. And who better to start with than the defending champion and the current world #1 who leads the field by a distance right now. Jannik Sinner, of course, in the white. There he is, will be taking on somewhat of an unknown opponent tonight in the shape of the Aussie Tristan Schoolcate, who's gonna have to be somewhere near his best, you would imagine, because the wild card ranked outside the top 100 has a sizable task on his hands. Nick Lester is my name, Andrea Petkovic is alongside me. Evening, Petko.
Hi Nick, very excited to be alongside you here, and I'm really interested in seeing what Tristan Schoolcate will bring, because he has to bring something very special. He had a very good win in the first round against Taro Daniel. So let's see what he has prepared for tonight against the best tennis player in the world right now.
Absolutely. He was able, as Petko says, to get his first win here in Melbourne. He's very accustomed to Melbourne, is this young man. He played a lot of junior events here. He's played qualifying here for many years as well. It's worth remembering that I think he lost in qualifying 4 years. So this has been worth the wait in many ways.
And against good players. Chris Eubanks, Jan-Lennart Struff.
Yeah, absolutely right. Largely spends the majority of his time at the Challenger circuit. He's had a nice upward curve over the last couple of seasons. It's been steady progress without being groundbreaking, but he's moving in the right direction. And that's ultimately all you can ask. But tonight is going to be obviously a sizable step up against what seems to be the ultimate test. It's great sport right now.
He's living up to his nickname, the Rocket.
The names are John Newcombe and Jimmy Connors.
The new Australian champion, Mark Edmondson from Sydney.
Here it is.
Congratulations to Brian for winning the Australian Open.
And that's Miranda wins it.
Game, set, match, Lando.
Game, set, match, Korea.
Sampras has won the title, his 9th Grand Slam.
The men's singles champion, Yevgeny Kafelnikov.
Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic.
Champion of Australia for a 10th time, Jannik Sinner, his maiden major.
It's men's singles second round action. Welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Australia, Tristan Schoolcate. And their opponent, the reigning Australian Open champion from Italy, Jannik Sinner.
Warm round of applause, as you would expect, for the affable Italian. There's not much that seems to get under this guy in terms of disturbing his equilibrium, is there? He is. He's got that sort of personality where he's able to keep the blinkers on, and despite everything that's gone on, let's be honest, there's a fair bit gone on in his life over the last 12 months. He seems to be able to compartmentalize it nicely.
Yeah, and I really think he has the perfect prepositions in his character to do well in tennis for a long period of time. He himself says that his best character trait is that he remains calm. Tell us about it, Jannik Sinner. I only wish I could be this calm, and I'm in my mid-30s and not 23 years old, as is Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, I think that's something to do with genetics, Petko, but listen, maybe I'm looking for an out, who knows.
Interestingly enough, both men 23 years old, and I was going through the junior record, thinking maybe they had played each other, but there was no trace.
We'll do the coin toss for you today. All right, guys, so for the match, 5 tiebreak sets, 6 balls, 7, 9 ball chains. I call the leads. 25 seconds between points. It's all around on the LED scores and also on the big board. For your towels, there are the boxes that are just around by the baselines. You take the blue one, please, and you take the red. Okay? Any questions before we start? No? Tristan, would you like to choose? We have AO or John Newcomb?
John Newcomb.
John Newcomb. Toss the coin. John Newcomb it is. You serve? Okay, and some photos please over to that side with Freddie. This is for you. No. Photos and a big smile, Freddie.
Yeah, I think it's Hot Shots Day today, isn't it? I was told. So there's a few extra of these youngsters around. Thoroughly enjoying themselves before, of course, they go back to school. Then it gets really boring in a couple of weeks.
Still school holidays here in Australia. Nice to see many kids around the grounds watching their idols and maybe being inspired by them for the future.
Yeah, this man was out here a couple of hours ago, as you would expect, trying to get a feel for these conditions, because he would not have played on a court of this size in his career so far at 23 years of age. Is this a bit of a sink or swim scenario, Petko? Because I would imagine in these scenarios your character's obviously, your game is obviously under the test, but your character is as well, because he has nothing to lose. Or does he perceive it that way, or does he then say, you know what, I'm going to swing out here and relax? Where's the balance of that, do you think?
This is such a good question, because it really depends on your character, and I think every lower ranked player, when playing a big champion, has the decision to make. Do I start with my game and see where it leads me? Or do I go out and maybe overplay a little bit and risk a few more unforced errors than I would usually do? And we will see what Tristan, which way he will choose, because this man right here, Jannik Sinner, is not only the #1 ranked player in the world, but he is also played one of the seasons that has ever been played last year. Lost only 6 matches, Nick. I usually, by the end of the Australian Open, I would already go home end of January with 6 losses in my bag. Not so Jannik Sinner.
I mean, it's extraordinary, as you say, and it's worth remembering as well that he has won a set in every single match he played last year as well. It's kind of, you could go through stats all day long on the season, as Petko so rightly suggests. He is a complete player, he's an all-round player, and right now he's the toughest out in the sport. Yeah, I was talking to Brad Stein earlier on. Of course, Brad works with Tommy Paul. He's on the men's tour inside out, and he said it's very hard when you look at Jannik to find any holes anywhere. He leads the tour in serve numbers, he leads the tour in return numbers. It's not quite unheard of, but it's almost Djokovic-esque in terms of its dominance.
Yeah, the one thing in which they have worked on with the team, Simone Vagnozzi and Darren Cahill, is the transition to the net. That's something that is the goal in 2025, to have him come to the net more often. He did really well in Torino at the ATP finals, I thought. Showed up at the net quite frequently there. So something to look forward to.
Players going through the last of their warm-ups, only a couple of Aussies left. With Vukic, of course, having had a good win yesterday, and Alex de Minaur following in his footsteps. So almost good to go. Let's bring in the aforementioned Darren Cahill, who's got his headset on. Darren, checking you can hear us okay?
Hello guys, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks for your time. I guess, Killer, defending a major, something new to Jannik. How have you sort of seen him handle the last few days coming in here?
He's been pretty relaxed, actually. I think just getting through that first match, it was a tough one against Jarry. The first couple of sets were brutal, and I think that when we saw the draw came out, we knew he was going to have his hands full for that first round. He had a great pre-season. We spent a couple of weeks in Dubai, worked on a bunch of stuff that we're trying to implement into his game, but he's in great spirits. He's enjoying his time on the court. How could you not be with the season he had last year? And I don't think the fact that he's defending has changed him any at all. He's taking everyone with great respect in every single opponent, and he'll treat Tristan the same way he treated Jarry, and you'll see the very best of Jannik tonight.
And Darren, talk a little bit about Tristan. It's never easy to play somebody you've never played before. Are you the one watching the videos, or is Jannik sitting next to you? How do you go about meeting somebody you've never played before?
Yeah, well, he gets to know a lot of Aussies because me being Australian, I get a lot of the Australians to actually hit with him and practice with him. So actually Edward Winter, another young Australian today, warmed him up for the match. So he gets plenty of chance to play with the Australians. I don't think he's ever practiced with Tristan, but the guy next to me, Simone, does a great deal of homework as well. So we've planned pretty good preparation for Jannik tonight, and hopefully he can come out and here and execute well.
Killer, good luck tonight.
Hey, thank you guys. All the best.
He has the insight into the Aussie mind, Jannik Sinner.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this one. This Australian looking to try and slay the giant, isn't he? Would be a fairy tale if he were to do just that. It's a long shot, but you know what? As Brad Gilbert likes to say, that's why you lace them up. What about the environment, Petko? Because this is a massive stage. I'm just thinking visually as well for someone like Tristan. I don't want to build it up too much, but visually this must be a little different as well when you're down there and there's obviously all these surroundings. Is it taking an adjustment, that, or are you just focusing on the court?
Well, I think apart from the emotional toll that it can take, it tends to be windier. You have the two doors where the wind can come in, and from the top, honestly, I don't really understand meteorology or physics, but I played on this court many times, and on this side where Schoolgate is, it feels always a lot breezier than down the other end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was a tough opening round, wasn't it, against Nicholas Jarry? One of the highest ranked players not to be seeded, the Chilean. Played well.
And once again, Jannik Sinner showed why he was so good last year. Just in those big moments, he plays so well. And he doesn't hold back. He goes bigger. He hits the ball harder in the tie breaks. Makes him so strong.
Feel of what it's like when you give this guy a bit of time on the ball.
49.
Spent his pre-season in the Middle East, in Dubai. Trained a lot actually with Grigor Dimitrov, I'm reliably informed. Those two are working out together. Dimitrov, of course, injured. Unable to finish his first rounder here, so...
These two things are not related, though, are they?
I hope not. A shame for the Bulgarian. Hopefully he'll be back sooner rather than later.
40-30.
And Nick, I wonder what you think, but to me last year the biggest improvement in Jannik Sinner's game was the second serve. Despite this double fault, he got so much more pace on it. It got so much more dangerous. If you remember a few years ago, he would always sort of kick the ball in. The speed really dropped off on the second serve.
Cain, Sinner.
Going to stay in the rally, but not for long enough.
1 game up.
Yeah, his serving numbers all round last year were absolutely exceptional. Pretty much every category he led, if you look at it on the tour. Serve games won, breakpoints saved. Don't often talk about that. He was tour leader in breakpoints saved last year. 74%, I think, was his number. So therefore, obviously, when players were getting chances, we know this is a sport of fine margins and point here or there sometimes. He was able to keep them at bay, his opposition, by winning so many of those breakpoints.
Love.
Pretty special early stages, but the Aussies got some game.
Incredible rally from both men, and particularly Schoolkate's backhand. Take a look at this. The shot he doesn't like as much. Two beautiful backhand down the lines, and the last one gets him the point. Nicely done. Not impressed by this big stage so far.
Yeah, he's won one challenger in his career, this guy. That was in Guangzhou in April last year. He actually beat the aforementioned Adam Walton, who Darren Cahill was just mentioning. That was his only challenger title so far. Coming in the spring, his ranking last year, I mentioned the fact it went in the right direction. He started last year at 260. He ended at 170.
I would almost wish for him to play more ATP tournaments this year, because whenever I have seen him play ATP opposition, he's very good. I saw his match at the US Open against Jakub Mensik, who had a big win yesterday against Kaspar Ruud. Was a tight 7-6 in the fifth. Played really well there too. I think that should be the next step for him, hopefully.
It's a big delivery, 208 Ks. That's not shy of pace. And he's off to a promising start in set number 1. The benefits, Pekka, as well for someone like him is that if you're playing more tour events, yes, you're in danger of losing earlier, but the upside is that you are getting a feel for the level where you need to be at, right?
Yeah, and I think you see it here. It clearly helps him narrow his focus down, I mentioned that I watched this match against Taro Daniel. He was backing up behind the baseline a lot, so I was worried for him today on Rod Laver Arena against such a powerful player as Jannik Sinner, but he's not doing that. And so it clearly shows you that he's up for this type of challenge. It narrows his focus down, and I think he should try and challenge himself in that way more often this year.
Good look from above. So many good matches taking place at the moment. Good stories. It's kind of in the heart of week 1, round 2. It's always fun this time of a major.
Love 15.
So many people have had an influence on this man's career. Of course, Riccardo Piatti, one of those that gets a lot of credit, but let's not forget the role Massimo Sartori played as well. I'm told in the early days Massimo was a pretty big influence. He was able to kind of initially help Sinner as he began to play more tennis. Massimo, who helped Andrea Seppi, didn't he? I'm sure someone you know well, Pekko. Pretty low-key guy himself was Andreas, wasn't he? Super friendly guy.
Yeah, also German speaking. That's my claim to fame, that I speak the same language as Jannik Sinner and Andrea Seppi.
Great career Seppi had.
Great depth here by Jannik Sinner, and you can just see him still struggling to find this rhythm out there. Remember, the last match against Jarry was a completely different ball game. It was played during the day. It was very warm. There were barely any rallies with Jarry's huge serve, who was going all out. So he's still sorting through his shots and his feel on the court.
Marco Panici second from the right there. New physical trainer, of course. Team Djokovic has been transferred to Team Sinner behind the scenes. Uli on the right, who's the physio. Those two spent a good deal of time with Novak. Making some inroads on the Sinner serve. Encouragingly. Enjoying himself in the early stages.
Advantage Sinner.
There's that classic ace on a pressure point by Jannik Sinner, which you talked about earlier, Nick. The leader when it comes to break points saved and just in general winning big points, pressure points.
Cain, Sinner.
Changes made to his serve have been monumental, haven't they, really? And it's fascinating to me that Alcaraz is now tweaking his serve as well. I mean, not to say he wouldn't have done it anyway, but obviously these, you know, as you well know, Pekko, it feels like the greats of the game continue to challenge each other. But it's interesting that Alcaraz is looking to change the serve and get more out of his, because probably the one area of the game that is a fraction weaker than others.
Well, and it's funny that you mention it, because he's talked about this in his press conference, Carlos Alcaraz, that he loves having Jannik Sinner at #1, because every day in practice he thinks about how he can be better to get closer to Jannik Sinner. And I just love that type of mindset, that it's not a contention of stress for him, but a point of motivation. And that's why these two men play so well. Split the Grand Slam titles between them last year, of course.
Love.
That's what happens when you don't quite hit your spot on the serve, or what can happen.
Let for service.
This is seriously impressive. Had a lot to do off the first volley, but didn't he do well?
40-15.
I really love seeing him come forward so much, School Kate. And this, you need some underarm strength to pull this off. Seems to be very natural at the net.
Seven from 7 now. He's when he has come forwards. And he's living with the world #1 at the moment. And it's causing him some problems through the opening 5 games. And he holds on to a slender lead in the first.
And Nick, take a look at this. Tristan Schoolkate has come out firing. He's playing very, very well. And one of the reasons is this right here. Jannik Sinner, this is his rally placement. And have a look at the red dots. Those are the rally placement shots that he has lost the point after. And it's all the strength that we mentioned Schoolkate has. That's when it's a neutral ball through the center and around the center of the court. He can go around and use his forehand and dictate play from there on and find his way to the net. That's something Sinner should avoid from this moment on. I think one of these shots was this really nice backhand down the line.
Yeah.
But all the rest was prepared with his forehand. Very good start by the Aussie.
Yeah, they're enjoying a bit of sunshine outside. Records broken daily here right now for attendance. The stadia, pretty much all of them have been full throughout the course of the day today. Sinner serving 2-3.
Love. Love.
What a wonderful exchange. And the Aussies loving it out here.
30-15.
Not many would have won that exchange from the position he was in, would they? With Sinner lining up a forehand there.
Yeah, really cat-like at the net, I want to say. School Kate, school cat at the net.
Wow. Sinner, a slight misjudgment that's cost him dearly.
Well, he's definitely found his rhythm on first serve, Jannik Sinner. He was hovering around the 50% for his opening 2 service games and now has upped that percentage to over 60% here. And another one.
Sinner. Three games all.
Just 11 mil in from the Italian. Helped his country in the Davis Cup at the end of last year. Once again. Over in Malaga, played a starring role there. What a good unit they are. Got about 3 different teams the Italians can field in fairness, such as their depth.
Yeah, finally something good happened there to Italian tennis. Incredible era
15
for the Italians right now.
Yeah, and everyone's trying to find the formula. It was interesting. I actually bumped into Claudio Pistolesi back end of last year. He was in Spain, and the Spanish Tennis Federation had invited him over to talk about the success of Italian tennis. So everybody wants to know the secrets, right?
Smart.
Yeah.
Well, and this is, just keep in mind, this is the side that is breezier on Rod Laver Arena, the side that School Kate is on right now. He really needs a first serve on this side particularly, otherwise he could be under tremendous amount of pressure. You see it on his t-shirt here, whereas Jannik Sinner's shirt is quite calm on the other side.
Good lead.
30-15.
Well, Pat Rafter's here this week. In fact, he's playing paddle tomorrow. He'd be pretty proud of these net approaches, wouldn't he? Because he was more an out-and-out serve and volley as Pat, but... Are you a paddle player, Petco?
40-15.
No, you and me both.
Very loyal to the sport of tennis.
I like it.
Neither paddle nor pickleball. I don't do P sports.
But no. I have empathy.
Now that's the one area that gives him problems, School Kate, when Jannik Sinner gets into his backhand with a lot of depth, especially off the return. Has been able to keep it at bay very well with a lot of first serves in.
Again, just giving him a different look, really, of return, taking that middle part of the court away. And this man continues to show us what he's all about. 4-3 his lead. Melbourne Park in all its glory from up above. This opening set already half an hour. Sinner serving with new balls, yet to find a breakthrough.
Again, the same pattern that is working so well for Tristan School Kate. Neutral ball through the center of the court, uses the forehand to open possibilities, and then the finish at the net.
Just couldn't quite make the space for the swing, could he? But the idea was good.
30-15.
Nicely done by Jannik Sinner. I think that should be the way for him to sort of spread the court open, avoid that center. Nice serve out wide into the open court. That's when he is the one that dominates from the get-go.
Looking at the light. First night match for him, of course, here this year. He played during the day a couple of days ago. And the one double against Jarry.
Cain, Sinner.
Couldn't have caught much of the line, but just enough.
4 games old.
4 millimeters of it is all that was required.
Nice change-up with the kick serve.
Some numbers for you to digest.
Wow.
In terms of
And he had the toughest first round for a seeded player. You mentioned it earlier. Nicolas Jarry was one of the first players not to be seeded.
There's that shot. With that little bit of court exposed, he's going to have to be careful. Worked so hard physically, didn't he, last year to build the body, become stronger. Much more robust than he was 2 years ago. Like a magnet to the net.
15 all.
He's only 6 foot tall, is the Aussie, but he has quite the presence. 11 from 12. Continues to profit when moving in.
He's really finding his spots here on serve.
13-15.
Is Kate. Not the biggest server, but boy, is he smart. Very precise. It's more like he uses it as a setup shot rather than going for an ace. And he does it so well.
They're loving it on Rod Laver Arena because their man is putting on some show here.
14-15.
First volley here was crucial. feel in this day and age of players moving so well laterally that the shorter the first volley can be, almost the better, isn't it? Not always, but if you can take the pace out of the volley and keep it low, because of the way players move, it is pretty much, it can be a good option for you, one of the better ones.
Yeah, that's a shot, right? That's the shot that Schoolcate needs to be very careful about, and that Sinner will look to find more and more often. Off the second serve, taken early into the backhand of Tristan's, has cost him a few points already.
Advantage, Schoolcate.
You rarely see him annoyed, but I feel like Jannik is a little annoyed here.
Definitely a bit flustered, isn't he?
Yeah. The first two bad unforced errors in this game for Schoolcate.
Always feels like the approach from where he hit it down the line is a bit tougher there, isn't it? Because you feel like Sinner's going that way, so maybe he just feels a little bit more pressure to do something with it. Great movement, isn't it? He's gambled. Pat Cash liked it. He knew a thing or two about that.
Advantage, Schoolcate.
Yeah, his patience is really remarkable, even with his serve, but also with his first volley. He sets it up for the next one when he can do something with it. He's really reliving the old Aussie traditional tennis here with those net attacks. Nice to see.
Yeah, good point.
Maybe he knew Pat Cash was going to be there. Again, that one. That's the only one that has really troubled him so far. Other than that, he's been hanging quite nicely with Jannik Sinner.
First ace for the 23-year-old. Superb. And there's a gap in terms of the rankings, but there is no such gap on court at the moment. It's 5-4 opening set.
And Nick, we talked about Jannik Sinner's level-headedness, but this man right here equals him in this very nice, patient approach to the game. Seems to have a very good head. Very excited to see what's to come for him this season.
Time.
world's best is always going to carry a target on your back, isn't it? Sinner has been able to deal with that seemingly pretty comfortably over the last year or so. He's taking some shots tonight.
Love 15. His level of offense has been exceptional. And he's got Sinner on the ropes here. Some game, some set. Tristan Schoolkate has got 3 set points. Remarkable. In many ways, a sink or swim environment for the young Aussie. He's delivering. And they're lapping it up here on Rod Laver. The world #1 trails by a set.
An absolutely stunning display of tennis here in the first set by Tristan Schoolkate. Not only was he hitting winners, but he had a clear game plan and he was able to execute it. He was not getting into any of those baseline rallies where Jannik Sinner gets better and better and better. He was disrupting the rhythm at any point he had. And here are the numbers to confirm all that. Hit more winners than Jannik Sinner's, hit a few more unforced errors, but look at that serve. Winning 83% of points when the first serve finds the court, and the first serve is around 70%. That is an absolutely astonishing set of tennis. Well done. Second set.
Big story developing here, long way to go. Best of 5, obviously, as we often talk about, separates the best from the rest so often, but it was a 48 minutes that was pretty special from this man's perspective. Can he keep it going?
Love 15.
Couple of incredible forehands because he didn't have a lot of time on either of them.
Finding so much depth of that shot that Jannik Sinner doesn't seem to have the time to set up for his powerful ground strokes at all.
Yeah, worth remembering Sinner had won 29 straight sets prior to the one he's just lost.
In fact, the last time he lost the match was on October 2nd. Do you know what you did on October 2nd? Probably not. That's how long ago it is.
Exactly.
Well, in Germany we say luck is on the side of the disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
And discipline, he is for sure Jannik Sinner.
It wasn't a bad volley again, was it? Check this out. Carve that into the corner. It's kind of how good it's got to be right now. Great game. Let's get into the coaching setup from Tristan's perspective. Simon Ray, who does a lot of work, of course, with us and also for TA and also with Tristan's put his headset on. So great to have you on. This is mightily impressive, more so than even you expected tonight.
Hey, Nick. Hey, Andrea. Good to be with you guys. Yeah, I think it's been a superb start, hasn't it? And clearly been really well prepared from the team, Andrew and Dirk and the Tennis Australia team. But to the young man's credit, it's him out there in the arena, and he's executing at a superb level right now.
Quick, I know you'll be quick here, but talk about his personality. Are you surprised he's dealing with this as well as he is?
Well, Robbo thought he'd handled the occasion really well, and he's been spot on, the coach. So he's been nothing but impressive in the opening set, but as we know, against the best player on the planet, a long way to go. We're just getting started.
Brilliant. Thanks, Si.
Cheers, guys.
What's going through this man's mind right now, do you think? Because we talk about how focused he is. He's been a winning machine, and yet this isn't necessarily normal for him at the moment.
I do think he's flustered. I watch so many Jannik Sinner matches, and I watch him very closely, and I can just sense that there is some annoyance, of course, not only with how well his opponent is playing, but also with himself. I think he's not quite feeling his serve yet. not 100% secure in his ground strokes quite yet. And on top of this, his opponent, Tristan Schoolcate, is probably playing the tennis of his life right now. And the combination of these two things has just thrown him off his game right now. And I think a big rally, like a big shot where he sets up and cracks a forehand, will just get him out of his shell right now, and will be able to turn things around for him mentally. But Schoolcate is not making it easy because he's so aggressive from the get-go.
Reminds me a little bit, this match, of a match on centre court at Wimbledon last year between Jacob Fernley and Novak Djokovic. Not too many people gave Jacob a chance that day. He was ranked 180 or something coming in, and he nearly took Djokovic to 5. And it's a bit of a cliche, but it does speak to the level that operates in this sport now. That, again, no disrespect, but if you're ranked 150, 180, you're a heck of a player. Simple as that. You may not be where you want to be ranking-wise, but you've got skills. And for whatever reason, you're not able to necessarily get up to this man's level. Not many have, but there's serious depth.
Well, and he has won a lot of matches on last year on the Challengers Tour. He won 44 matches last year in total. And it doesn't matter on which level, whether it's ATP or Challenger level, those are matches won. That's confidence built. Those are little steps taken towards a better future, hopefully. And he's shown all of it today. This was a fairly simple game for Jannik Sinner. And maybe this will settle him down a bit.
Love 15.
I just wish for him that he would take one huge crack at one of the ground strokes. Even this backhand return was sort of almost guided rather than when we see him play at his best. And he's just swinging freely.
It's inhibited a little bit, isn't it?
Inhibited is the right word, yes.
Great feel. Sinner was on his way to this pretty rapidly. Clarity of thought as well. Sensational.
Yeah, perfect technique. Moves his body into the shot. Oftentimes when you want to hit a drop shot, your instinct is to go back with your body because you're slowing down the arm, but he has very good technique.
Let's have a look at the +1 numbers for him today. It's pretty good. Was up in, I think, the 80s at the early part of the match, but obviously it's a big part of his game. Trying to look to dominate with the forehand.
And this is against one of the best returners of the game here. That's outstanding numbers, really. I like this. I really did, because he backed out. He took a few steps back, but that gave him the chance to take a huge swing at the return. You can see it here. This is a full follow through. He's really taking a crack at it. And I think he needs to do that to shake the tension out of his muscles. There is a little bit of tension there and it needs to be shaken off.
Insight into his mind. Got him backing off for once, didn't he?
That last forehand was a glimpse of what Jannik Sinner is able to produce. Let's take a look here. This is a full, you can see it in his arm, right? When he's fully hitting the ball, 153 kilometers an hour with the forehand. Some of us are not able to serve this with their first serve, this type of number. And some of these people sit in this booth right now.
Paolo Lorenzi, back left there, just grabbing his ear. Great player he was. Made the most of his skills, didn't he? What a workhorse this guy was. Of course, now tournament director in Rome, before Italico. It's a bucket list event to go to, isn't it? What was that like as a player playing Rome?
It's the best tournament. It is the best tournament, one of the best, of course.
Behind the Australian Open,
Behind the Australian Open, yes. Second best.
Well, some difficulties in that game, but he's able to shake them off nicely. Tristan Cain is up a 7-2-1 on the world #1 here.
And this is impressive stuff, Nick, because after such a big set, you've played your best tennis. Usually the intensity drops off a bit, you relax, you're relieved that you're finding your best tennis. Not so for Cain. He continues to do exactly what he needs to do, executing a beautiful game plan. I don't think there was one rally where he let Jannik Sinner do his thing. Very impressive.
That's nice. Bit of decoration there. Oh, yes. It's very palatable.
Definitely more palatable than School Kate's game today because, wow, a handful Jannik Sinner has on his plate today.
Certainly does. It was a little central, that first serve, wasn't it? And it kind of got the treatment, really. Taking a little bit of extra time here, understandably so. So it. Too much pressure eventually from Sinner.
And Nick, he surely must be thinking, when is School Kate going to come back to earth, right? That must be going through his mind, because Tristan has been playing outstanding tennis, so good. But I do think he should try and make this happen, right?
Yes.
Make him come back to earth rather than wait for him to come back to earth, because he doesn't look like he's playing out of his range. He's just making right decisions at all times.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like he's just swinging around. He's doing the right things.
Gets a lot of pace out of that serve for a guy only 6 foot tall. I think his average first serve speed today, 194.
And maybe this is the way. This was a slight mishit by Sinner, and it went up with a bit of spin into the backhand of School Kate to give him something different, play a bit higher. He has the ability. They've worked on the variety in his game.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember situations in your career, Petko, where you were the higher ranked player by a significant margin and someone was playing exceptionally well against you, and now that made you feel at the time
Definitely, yeah, and especially in women's tennis, you don't have the best of 5, right? So you panic even earlier. And that's what I mean, like you kind of hope they will come back to earth, but that's almost dangerous because you forget
to make it happen yourself.
To make it happen yourself, exactly, because you think, well, they can't. If they were playing like this, they would be surely top 20 or top 10. Why aren't they ranked higher? And those are thoughts that you need to push aside. And I mean, we're talking about one of the mentally strongest players out here in Jannik Sinner. He knows all that, but sometimes when you're out there on court, you can be overwhelmed by some situations. Oh, that's a big miss. Nice smile.
Yeah.
He is not concerned by it at all.
Yet to be broken. There's the points one behind the second serve in this set. Finds that serve again, goodness me. He has kept it pretty tight to the lines this evening.
That's nice, isn't it? That's very nice. That's pretty good groupings there, right? Yeah, I think so. That's nice.
Second serve getting a bit hurt at the moment.
Yes.
5 of 12 in this set, 9 of 24 now. It was a shot to nothing on the run.
And it does feel like Sinner is winning a few more points in the at court now, where still he hasn't quite found a way in on the deuce court on this positioning right here. School Kate serving again so precisely and accurately. It's a good pace, but it's not an outrageous pace, but it's so precise. There's really nothing you can do about it. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Rushed him into the backhand side, then gets the short one.
Sinner is gesturing towards his corner in a manner that suggests he's exasperated with what's going on here. Not surprised.
Well, Nick, he has found a way on the ad side. Now, what to do on the deuce side. And now he wants to see, look at him. He wants to see what to close down. That's why he's looking into the box, gesturing. And the last 3 serves of School Kate came through the tee. Do you close the tee now or do you protect the wide? It's too good. You just have to accept it.
Yes, I'm fully invested.
School Kate.
Look at that serve and volley points won. 10 of 12. And he continues to keep Sinner at arm's length. And the crowd are loving this because the Australian remains unbroken. And up a set in 3-2. Well, we talked about his serve, Petko. Let's have a look at how good it's been.
It's been very good. That's obvious. And I think we see here in the numbers why Jannik Sinner has seemed to find a way on the ad side, because it is a little less precise on that side. But take a look on the deuce. Everything is so close to the line. There's virtually nothing Jannik Sinner can do, except I think in big moments he has to close the tee and just let the wide one go.
Yeah.
And the coaches have the ability to look at their iPads and see these numbers. And I do think there will come a tip eventually to Jannik to close that tee down on deuces.
Lowest ranked player, incidentally, to defeat a world #1 at a major, I've just been told, was Andre Olchowski, who was ranked 193 at the time. He beat Jim Courier, who was ranked 1 at the time. Wimbledon in 1992. So there you go. The factoid for you.
Not Jim Courier. $30-15. $40-15.
Couple of aces in the game aid his cause, and the new balls are coming out.
3 games.
So we're locked at 3s.
It does feel like Jannik Sinner is getting through his service games a bit easier in the second set here. Finding his first serve more frequently. But what to do about this deuce side when Schoolkate is serving, you must be thinking.
There's 5 points on his own serve so far. Sinner in this set.
Love 15. Love 13.
The pressure is growing here on this Western Australian. Sinner getting it into the back end off the serve for once. And is this just one of the signs that the cracks are beginning to appear? And he's answered the bell every single time.
Love 14.
It's been so assured when he's come forwards.
And this is something you hear very rarely, and it speaks for Tristan Skulkate's performance today. The first break point of the match for Sinner after a set and a half has passed.
He's got it. And could that see a shift here of the pendulum? World number one has not had it his own way at all tonight. But he's now got himself a break, 4-3.
Time.
Sun setting in Melbourne on what's been a nice afternoon out there. And some great tennis still developing elsewhere on the outside courts. Another Italian might be about to win as well, because Lorenzo Sonego is a couple of points away from beating João Fonseca in the fifth. It's all happening tonight. Pressure again coming off that forehand side.
15. So well done. Kept Jannik Sinner in the backhand side until he had the shot that he wanted to.
Tough for that when your body's moving that way to hit the backhand, isn't it?
Yeah, and Jannik Sinner is redirecting his second serves a bit more into the body. And Skulkate has lost his way a bit on those second serve. Remember in the first set, he was making so many pressure returns off that second serve.
The nickel. And efficient. Just how he likes it.
Well, Nick, and we talked about how inhibited Jannik Sinner seemed in the first set and how he was playing with almost a handbrake, not really hitting through the ball. Well, our Bolt 6 guys have all the numbers to underline what we think we see, up by a lot the average topspin forehand speed of Sinner, and then things look completely different. Skulkate can't dictate play any longer.
Yeah, and what that'll call, I mean, it does many things, doesn't it? But a good example there is it just gives him a bit less time on the ball, first and foremost. And as he looked to try and change direction there, he wasn't quite as comfortable. Carved out.
And this is exactly what happens the moment Sinner takes a bit out. Tristan Skulkate all over any neutral ball that he gets. This is short in the court, takes it on the rise. Beautiful, simple shot, that forehand side.
First service.
Deadly. Its delivery in terms of its placement again. The unreturned serve numbers. Skulkate at 34% serves unreturned for this match. Sinner close to 50, so still quite a big gap in that regard. Lovely finish to the game from a somewhat unheralded Australian. He finds himself down a break, though, in the second.
Well, and Nick, not only has the speed of Jannik Sinner's forehand changed, it has gone up a lot in the second set, but take a look at his directions of the ball. Remember in the first set, a lot of the balls was centered around the center of the court. That's when Skulkate can go around and use his brilliant forehand that's been working so well for him today. And he's still losing some of those shots that are not going into the backhand quite accurately enough. Needs to be careful on that, but he's doing a much better job in getting into the sidelines, and particularly getting into the backhand of School K. It has really changed the set around.
Time.
He's enjoyed every moment so far of being out on the biggest stage of his career as Tristan School K. Previously, he'd only ever played 2 top 50 players in his career. One of those was a couple of weeks ago in Adelaide, where he lost to Echeverry. But he has given the world #1 all he can handle. But the defending champion serving to square us up.
For service.
The over-aggressive second.
To me, that's somehow a good sign. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it just feels like he's found his inner equilibrium again, Jannik Sinner, and the confidence to just go for his second serve no matter what happens.
(30-15).
For once, just didn't look overly balanced, did he, as he struck that shot? Whether that had the wind ever anything to do with it, I don't know, but...
Yeah, it looked like it got halted or something, because he's rarely ever not in quite the position to strike the ball, and it looked like he was quite far away, actually, in this regard. So maybe the wind just stopped the ball where it was.
It's a whisker away. Didn't he do well to hang on for as long as he did?
40-13.
Crowd were willing that one to bend a little more, weren't they? Set point for the world's best. He's done very well indeed, because he's had pretty much everything thrown at him tonight, Jannik Sinner, against an opponent who he wouldn't have known a whole lot about. He certainly does now. We're all square at 1 set apiece. been such a high-quality contest.
Wow, really, really great. And that's the quality of Jannik Sinner, right? Because School Kate didn't drop off a lot in his level, but enough for Jannik Sinner to find his rhythm, and we see it here. The first serve of Jannik Sinner is still the same, but he has upped the number of the percentage that he wins points when he makes the first serve, similar on the second serve, whereas Tristan School Kate has dropped off in his first serve percentage, and he's not making any points when the second serve finds the court. The winners are up on Jannik Sinner, the unforced errors are down. I thought there was still a little bit of insecurity lingering around. That's very normal when you have a rough start, but he will just continue to play better and better and better.
Was a great year for the Australian men last year on tour. So many of them improved their rankings, so many pushed up, made some progress. This man was among them without breaking the top 100 just yet. Almost, let's not forget, made the third round of the US Open. Easy to forget that. And Tristan School Kate.
Love 15.
The wild card into the US Open as part of the reciprocal arrangement. Lost to Mensik 6 in the 5th in the second round, so could so easily have made the third round in New York. I think we're seeing why.
Yeah, I saw that match actually. I saw that last set, and it was actually incredible quality of play, as we can see today with Tristan and yesterday with Jakub Mensik, who are both playing great tennis here at the Australian Open. Battled it out. Court 11, I think it was.
Mensik beating Casper Ruud last night, as Petko says.
That second serve is just starting to become a bit shaky here for School Kate. First serve still looking great and very accurate.
Found a way to stay in that point and turn it around impressively.
Still a bit agitated, Jannik Sinner on the other side.
There's pressure points won there. See, coming up right here being one of those. He's played them well so far as the Australian.
Oh, that's a brilliant return.
30-40.
So much depth through the center of the court, no angle.
Sinner's beginning to impose himself. could be ominous
First game.
for the Australian. Early break is his. One of the obvious factors is the court position, isn't it? Skulke so often in the first set and a half was up inside the baseline, wasn't he? But he's not there right now because of what Sinner's improvements he's made.
And this volley even got a standing ovation from Darren Cahill. Even though it was a bit short, 1.5 seconds, I feel like a 3-second standing ovation was merited here.
When you say you talked about them improving the volley, Petko, or improving his net game, are they improving the volley technically, do you think? Are they improving the transitional movement? Are they trying to influence him in terms of how to look for that move? What is it? Because it's a kind of a throwaway comment for us to say, oh yeah, his net game's improving.
True, yeah.
But there's different components to it, aren't there?
There are, yeah, and it's actually, you're spot on, it's actually the transitioning game. Maybe that's a more accurate word for it, the transitioning game. Darren was saying that all of these tennis players have become such impeccable athletes that it's so hard to hit a winner off the baseline just by doing so. And so you need to look for those shorter balls and then naturally move forward. Like this, for example, he could have used that if he had hit it down the line. He could have maybe used it as a transitional shot, and that's something that he's still developing an instinct for. Let's take a look. This was a short return. If he goes inside out, could close the net afterwards. Didn't do so in school. Kate took full advantage, so that's something that they are trying to evolve, the instinct for when to come forward, what to close at the net, how to move.
For service.
That was something that was so impressive with Mensik last night, wasn't it, Pekka? We both watched that. It feels like for him it is so natural at the moment, and that's great to be that age and have that in your DNA in tennis play.
And these sort of unforced errors, they are all residue from that first set when Jannik Sinner was shaken a bit by the impressive play of his opponents. Just rhythm-breaking tennis.
Yeah.
Just didn't give him any rhythm, and that's what you see now the residue of with those unforced errors.
Muscle control of this match. He's the world's best. Of course, had won 29 sets in a row prior to losing the opener here. Such had been his dominance in that last quarter of the season. Winning the tour finals in Turin in very impressive fashion.
15 or...
He's feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's feeling it. And he mostly serves that kick,
yes.
right? It's always kind of the same. It's very predictable. So Jannik Sinner has been able to pick it up early and direct it into the backhand of Schoolcates. He's feeling that kind of pressure. That's where the double faults are coming from.
For service.
Felt like he couldn't miss for an hour or so. Felt like he was the one dictating the outcome of so many rallies, but again, you just sense he's just feeling as though the time is not quite there that it was earlier on in the match for him. Case in point.
15-14.
Great length from Sinner, suffocating.
Yeah, it's a combination of the adjustment steps, those little steps being not quite as dynamic as they were in the first set, and the increased speed of ground stroke by the other side, by Jannik Sinner. Just speeding things up for Schoolcate, and by that minimizing the time to decide and make the correct shot selection.
Stretched him out, and he stretched his lead here. Jannik Sinner is beginning to wrestle control. Double break already in the third. The world #1 in the driving seat. Yeah, he has truly found his range here in the third set as Jannik Sinner. You can just see in the way he strikes the ball how much more confident it is, and by extension how much more powerful on the other side.
15-all. $30-15. $40-15.
Again, just forced to move backwards off the return. He took it early, but didn't really deliver anything with it, and he was left rather exposed. This shot. Can't leave the ball there, can you?
Always a good sign if you're a Jannik Sinner fan when he does the one-legged half jump on the backhand side.
When you look at the development of the Australian, because he didn't really play a full season professionally until 2022, 3 years ago. It's the first time he played a good number of matches. Obviously COVID, I'm sure, had something to do with that. There was an injury as well, but 2022 was the first year that Schoolgate played a full season. So really has only been sort of 3 years in terms of his life as a professional.
30-15.
They say, I think the average time for a professional to break the top 100, I think, is about 4.5 years. Certainly was when I checked it last. I know the ITF did some research on that. So
thank you.
He's probably, I guess, in terms of his development, ranking-wise, not far off where you'd expect him to be. Last year on tour, there were 20 different players that broke the top 100 for the first time in the men's game. This year, I think it was about 22, so it's an indication. It doesn't necessarily mean they stayed there, but 20 was the number of players that got into double figures for the first time. That wasn't happening in the opening set.
Yeah, no, he was really rushed whenever Schoolgate appeared at the net, so missed a bunch of those passing shots. Now has a lot more clarity and calm within him to see the opening. But I will say that when I went through Schoolgate's last season, 2024, I did feel like he played quite few tournaments compared to some others.
Are you suggesting too many?
No, too little.
Oh, too few. Too few. Okay,
yes. He was playing. He was not playing much. So I do think maybe injuries, sicknesses.
Well, if he plays like this, going forwards, he's asking for a bit of love from the crowd. Surely we'll see him back here next year with a higher ranking. Time will tell. 4-1.
Sinner leads by 4 games to 1.
Yeah, I think I meant I see the potential in him with this, with how late he's come on tour and how little matches he's played on the ATP Tour, really. He's played on the Challengers Tour mostly, but whenever he has played on the ATP Tour, he's shown some great tennis, so I do think there is still a lot in store for him for the future. Only 23 years old.
Yeah, only played 5 events on the main tour prior to this week. That's main draw I'm talking about.
Time.
Beautiful city of Melbourne, opening its doors this week to the tennis elite. They have come in their thousands of the fans each and every day. Fantastic major this has become. So much to enjoy here on site at Melbourne Park.
Love 15.
Ifaz Daraki is unbothered. Oh, not quite a catch.
Been in the umpire's chair for many years as Eva, isn't she? Sinner once again very much looking like his old self on serve in this set. Just 4 points lost. Similar case in the second. Trying to get after it. Just slightly mistimed his step, almost his split step by the look of it.
What do you think, Nick? Can School Kate find something within himself to turn this around or bring back the tennis from the first set? Or is just Jannik Sinner now too powerful for him to have the time to make those decisions?
I feel like the latter. I mean, I think the first couple of games of the fourth are going to be fairly decisive, aren't they? If you can come out with the level of tennis we saw from him, but it's not in his hands necessarily, is it? And that's a challenge for him right now. Again, with the accuracy of the serve drops off, you can see how suddenly he's having to hit a backhand as the first shot, isn't he? And that's trouble, because it's not nearly as potent.
Love 13.
That's an excellent slice. Control that well.
15-13. Let's for service.
Oh, stunner. Oh, well, as he just maneuvered that around the corner.
And I thought that first volley was incredible by Schoolkate. Jannik Sinner just in full stretch, and he possesses that ability to just flick his wrists on his backhand side. What he did here.
Brings up a set point. A game of cat and mouse, and this time Sinner it is that has the last laugh. He was under extreme pressure for the opening hour, but an hour on, it's a different story. He's up 2-1. He's the world number one. Bit of a smile there.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah. I couldn't quite figure out whether Simone Vagnozzi, one of his coaches, was laughing at Yanni or with him. But here we have the numbers and a beautiful graphic. And you can see that the first serve numbers have completely changed for Tristan Schoolkate, and that has been really the story of the match. He's not quite able to penetrate on his serve any longer. And Jannik Sinner has turned his own serve numbers completely around.
15 love.
It was a tough ask. It was a clever shot from the Aussie.
And a lot hangs in these first few games for both men. Cain trying to turn his fortune around, and Jannik Sinner would just have to see whether there is any residue from that first set shock. And Cain came out absolutely firing. But it sure looks like he has found his strength again.
30-15.
There's no greater strength really in this sport almost right now than that shot. Unbreakable at times last year he was. Needs to try and wrestle the momentum in his favour if possible here. Sinner worried again. He's taken one of his rackets out.
Just the wrong one.
Yeah, exactly.
First game, fourth set.
See, we often talk about the challenges of coming from this part of the world as a professional tennis player.
I don't know, really. I don't know how any players from Asia Pacific do it.
Yeah. And I think we're going to quickly go down to Simon Ray, who we joined earlier on at One Love in the second. Si, a pretty big shift. Anything in the numbers or anything you've seen down there that you've picked up with the changes?
Well, you just pay an absolute premium for missing even slightly on serve location against a guy that can return like this, don't you? And that's been the case across the last couple of sets. So I heard you say, Nick, we'll try and arrest the momentum and see if we can get back in the fight here in this fourth set.
Keys for the fourth from your perspective, Si, very briefly.
Well, it starts with that right there. First serve location, there's an absolute premium on that. Needs to continue to be aggressive, easier said than done, and a little bit of variety as well with the use of the slice backhand, etc.
Brilliant. Thanks, Si.
Thanks, guys.
And this is really the moment of truth here for Cain. This first service game has to try and keep in this whichever way possible.
Just to finish the point we were making about obviously coming from here, South America, I think as well, Pekka. I've spoken to a few South Americans there. They're a long way from home as well.
It's crazy.
It sounds obvious to say, but it's not easy getting home, is it? So many of these events. Because you're also thinking about the impact on the following weeks, aren't you, with another 8-9 hour flight there and back and the time change, and I guess you've got to weigh it up. Part and parcel of tour life.
Here
is Simon alongside Coach Andrew Roberts, steering the ship of this man's career right now. If he does end up losing today, he'll be around the 150 mark in the world. So still won't be out of those challenges just yet. Some work to be done to keep climbing the ladder. But I guess for him, Petko, the key has been actually capitalising on this time of year, because he's going to get opportunities like he has done here with the wildcard. So he has capitalised on that, which is all you can ask.
Yeah, exactly. He has had a great first round win, and I just think mentally this match will do him a lot of good. He knows what his type of game will have to be to make it big. Just has to watch the tape of the first set and a half, where he played absolute brilliant tennis, had the world #1 in the ropes.
But the script has rather flipped right now. There's the crew. Simone Vagnozzi probably doesn't get quite as much credit as he deserves, because Darren's obviously a higher profile figure.
And that's what I really like about Darren, that I've interviewed him a few times, and he always mentions Simone, always says, well, I'm not alone. This is my partner. We do 50-50. Simone has done an incredible job with Jannik Sinner. And you just mentioned the travel, Nick. For Asia Pacific, South America, it's horrendous, but it's also tough for Europeans and Americans, for all tennis players. And Simone Vagnozzi is a close friend of Jannik Sinner's, and I think it's good to have a friend with you in this lonely sport.
Were you someone that embraced it, Petko? The sort of, did it over time, did it affect you at all, or did you just love the travel?
I actually really love traveling. That was my big advantage, and I've seen many tennis players fall by the wayside. They were much more talented than I was, but they didn't like traveling. They didn't want to be away from home. And there is so much more to being a tennis player than just the abilities on the court. You have to be able to sustain this crazy lifestyle of a traveling circus week in, week out for 11 months a year.
You've got to enjoy being a nomad, haven't you?
40-15. Sinner.
Looking comfortable now is Jannik Sinner. The Italian is on track to reach round 3. I think it was Darren Cahill, I'm sure it was, who also said something to Ray Purton. He said, you've got to learn how to lose in tennis. And I sort of thought a lot about that, and again, you'll be able to tell me more, but you sort of think, oh, it doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? But I think, you know, again, I guess learn to recover from losses might be a better phrase.
Yeah, that's the crazy. So that's why it's so absurd for anyone who's played tennis that Jannik Sinner has only lost 6 matches last season. Because usually you lose 6 matches within the first 2 months.
Yeah.
And you have to just move on.
Marcus Giron it is that has come through in this section of the draw. He's had a good win today, beat Thomas Echeverry in 5, 6-4 in the 5th. That's some victory for the American, the Californian. He will await the winner of this one.
Let for service.
Based down in San Diego, I believe, is Marcus.
And I will say that in the first set, it did come into play a little bit that they never played each other, because when you have played players, you get a feeling for their favorite serves, for their patterns, and you could just tell that Jannik didn't know what to cover at all, whereas now he seems to be in the right spot almost every single time when it comes to his return. Has really flipped the entire match around.
Held that forehand nicely. Acted for Sinner to go.
And just another number from bolt 6 to underline how the script has flipped, as you said it, Nick. Here are the numbers on average second serve return speed, and on top of the difference in speed, School Kate's second serve is very predictable. It's always the kick serve into the backhand. And Jannik Sinner has started to read it brilliantly, to take it early, and has another opportunity here. Right on time for our bolt 6 guys.
Far away. That would have been extra special.
30-40.
Length of the slide. Wanted to make it.
Let for service.
And of course, there's a lot of pressure on this first serve for Skulkate now, because he knows how precise it needs to be.
Advantage, Sinner.
He was playing top 10 tennis, wasn't he, for the first set and a half?
Absolutely. I would agree with that statement 100%.
Maintaining it has been the challenge. Going to keep himself out here as long as possible. 2022. The more time you spend with the elite, the more you're going to learn, aren't you, about where your game's at. Picking up plenty, I'm sure.
Advantage, Skulkate.
Feel the legs have gone a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, it seems it. And but what is very obvious now is that it seems like Skulkate needs to make a difference in the first two shots. If he doesn't make a difference there, a big impact to either attack the net or really put Jannik Sinner on a stretch, he's in trouble the longer the points go.
Forced a guess there. It wasn't going the right way. Now, there was a change up of the second serve direction. It's taken him a while, and Sinner was caught by it.
Advantage, Skulkate. Just trying to keep the depth and over pressing because of it. And look at that number. That's quite a big difference. Over a third more points he's had to play on his own deal out here.
Advantage, Sinner. Beautiful. Well, he has wound the crowd with his net attacks throughout a set and a half. And this one was one for the books. Just absolute textbook tennis from School Kate here.
Yeah, his idol, he said, actually, growing up was Joe Wilfried Tsonga. He used to love watching Tsonga play.
Well played by Jannik Sinner, but School Kate now has finally started to mix in the slice serve as a second a little bit. And just take a look at the flick of the wrists by Jannik Sinner. There's just a little bit of a wrist action on it, and that's how he drops the ball into the feet of his opponent.
Left for service.
Brilliant defense, kept it so low, made the attack from Sinner a little harder.
Yes.
Trying to get on the board in this fourth set. 26 points on serve he has in this set. Sinner's only played 11. They've worn to him, haven't they? And he's given them plenty to cheer about. Embracing the moment as well. Actually looking at where he'll be. We talked about it. In fact, he'll be around 150 in the world for this man after assuming he loses today. Ranking wise, points, if you look at sort of how far that is from the top 100, you see a lot depends on how many you've got to defend, but current player ranked 150 is, I can tell you, about 250 points off the 100th ranked player in terms of actual points. A fraction under, about 230 points, ATP points, between 150 and 100.
think of the challenges, obviously different categories of challenges. There's 75s, 125s, fairly simple. A number equates to how many points you get for winning it. So win a couple of challenges, easier said than done, massively so. But if he can, he's already won one, so continue to improve at that level, take this forwards. You never know.
Second service.
Depth, as we know, though, is very, very strong. We'll see. It'll be fun to follow his journey, won't it, over the next few months. His journey here in Melbourne, though, looks as though it's going to be cut short.
Time.
Air of inevitability about the outcome of this match now, but the Australian hanging in there. 1-4, fourth set. Good news, as we said, he'll have a bit of extra money to play with, won't he, after this week? $200,000 to spend on his tennis, minus a bit of tax.
And he's found some precision again in his first serve. We talked to Simon Ray after the first game of this set. And he spoke on that part of School Kate's game that was so impressive in that first set.
Lovely touch from Sinner.
Because you can tell when he does play volleys, his form is actually really good. There is nothing wrong with his technique. If they can strengthen that transitioning game of his tennis, maybe he will lose only 3 matches this year.
Frightening thought. Previous service game was 12 minutes. That was take 10 off it. A quick hold, just what he wanted.
And that T-serve is really his money serve. Tristan School Kate's.
So he's got the crowd riled up again here. He's got the opening point as Sinner gets one fly. Just kept himself in the conversation in this fourth set by the skin of his teeth.
He has this unique ability, Jannik Sinner. The moment when you gain a bit of hope to just dryly shut it right off, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It feels like the moment you think, oh, maybe I have a way into this, he just shuts it down.
Yeah. We'll find out if he can do it again here.
15-13.
Some different looks again.
Yeah, you can see how important that is. The entire Sinner crew on their feet. As the wise Boris Becker said, you cannot win a Grand Slam in the first week, but you sure can lose it. As poor Daniil Medvedev had to find out last year here on exactly this court. Left so much out there in the first week that it wasn't quite enough in the end to close it out.
Just a fraction slower out to the forehand, and because of that he was a little late to the ball. Jannik Sinner almost been out there 3 hours. He'll be close to it when all is said and done. But it's a game away now from securing victory. How is Boris? You've got a new podcast, haven't you, Pekka?
Yes, a German podcast though, with Boris. Well, and he says these things like what I just mentioned, you can't win a Grand Slam in the first week, but you sure can lose it. He's, by the way, a huge fan of Jannik Sinner, not only because of what he does on court, but also of the... He seems to have a big picture about his career.
Yeah.
The people he hires, the way he schedules his tournaments, his season. He seems to be almost always the freshest he can be at tournaments, and that's so hard to do as a tennis player because the season is so long. And Boris really, really loves that.
Won both hardcourt majors last year, did Sinner. Only 4 players in the Open era have actually won 3 straight hardcourt majors. I'll give you the names in a moment. Saw him coming. Lovely. Yeah, Federer, Djokovic, no surprise there. Lendl.
and Johnny Mack. One of the 4 players in the Open era to have won 3 straight hardcourt majors. Sinner looking to achieve that here. He's embraced it. And he's been centre stage tonight. And he really has made the most of it. Intelligent volley again. He just kicks the pace out of it. Anything you think he needs to improve? I mean, I know it's a one-off tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what do you think to him to break the top 100, Petko? This has been. What would you be sort of looking at for him to develop?
For me, it's the backhand and the second serve. And I don't think the backhand. Let's listen to the crowd go crazy first. I do think that the backhand, when it's under duress, sort of he doesn't swing through it anymore. He sort of halts the shot midway through. I think that's something that could be easily amended. I think the second serve needs to be less predictable and a tad bit quicker.
Yeah.
I think 108 kilometers per hour on average is not enough. And other than that, maybe the movement, because he wants to play forehand so much, he needs to be really, if you think about somebody like Carlos Alcaraz, who's so strong because he wants to take the forehand so much. Those areas, but then I do see definitely a lot of potential in him. But it's been all Jannik Sinner for the past 2 sets and a half.
Barrage from the back from the world #1. Had some different looks come at him tonight. Some looks perhaps that he hadn't seen before, hadn't expected anyway, from an unknown, somewhat unknown opponent. But he's got himself match points. It's a 16th win in succession for Jannik Sinner.
a night of new challenges, but a night where he's able to overcome them. Tristan's school tape was outstanding, and let's hope we get to see a little bit more of the Aussie going forwards. But the world's best delivers and is through to round 3.
Solid performance by Jannik Sinner, and I'm certain he will want to up his game, but that was a big task. You can see the sigh of relief put to him by this man right here, Tristan Schoolcade. And I wonder what he can do on grass. Imagine with those volleys and that precise serve, that will be very fun to watch. But it is Jannik Sinner who prevails once more. Forza Jannik indeed. Showed glimpses of his genius.
Yeah, and when you're the world's best, you're there to be shot at, aren't you? You're there to be go after, and this man did a really good job of that. He threw everything out there, didn't he?
Through the kitchen sink.
Rightly taking the acclaim. First main draw win here in Melbourne a few days ago. It'll be a new career high ranking after that. In the meantime, we're going to hear from the winner, who's going to be speaking with John McEnroe.
Jannik, well done. Slow start. First question though, you're both 23 years old. Did you know Tristan from the juniors? Were you familiar with his game, or have you seen him play much before?
No, because I haven't played so many juniors, so...
Whoops.
But, you know, it's always tough to play against, you know, a player I don't know very well. I felt like he was serving really well. He was playing much better in the beginning than I was. Obviously, you know, with the crowd, it was an amazing atmosphere. So thank you so much for coming as always. It's a very special place, especially for the Australians to play here with the home crowd. But you know, I have to be you know, very happy still, you know, for my performance. It's you know, never taking things you know, granted. So I'm very glad to be again in the next round.
I'm assuming that you saw Daniil Medvedev and Novak play a couple unknowns as well. So I'm sure your team got you prepared. Be ready for a guy. Maybe this guy can come out and play, because he was playing lights out for a set and a half.
Yes, exactly. You know, we saw this in not only in these tournaments. I feel like, you know, in every tournament there is always, you know, someone who comes in and he just plays very well. So, you know, as I said, every round here is very tough. Everyone who is, you know, in the first round or second round or third round deserves to be there. So, you know, it's again, it was a very tough match. I can improve, yes. You know, we saw this today. I was struggling a bit with the wind. It was quite breezy, but yeah, I take it. You know, it was a good chance also to have the honor to play here in the evening and night session in such a beautiful court. So it was amazing.
I know it's a bit of a roller coaster in Melbourne, the weather, but conditions are pretty cool. It was windy. How difficult was that for you to deal with it? Because that seemed to get you a little bit under your skin a little bit, shall we say. Conditions.
Yes, it was, as we saw, I was struggling, and so usually on this court it's always from this end to there. The wind, it was again today the case. It was a bit, you know, breezy, but you know, it's obviously much better to play in these courts here than in the outside courts, because there is even worse. So yeah, it's let's see. You know, conditions can change. Every day can be very difficult. You know, it can change also the level from each player. So let's see what's coming. But happy to be again in the next round, and then we see. Hopefully, I can raise my level.
I'm assuming your life has changed so much. You know, you come here as #1 seed. This is the first time that you're defending a Grand Slam title. Your first Australian title was here at the Australian Open last year. How is that different for you? How do you handle that?
Yeah, it's definitely a different feeling, but you know, so many beautiful moments on and off the court, you know, happened to me here in this beautiful place. So, you know, it's different, but you know, I take it, you know, as a chance to hopefully, you know, do it again. But you know, it's still a very, very long way to go. We go day by day. You know, seeing today my level, we know that we can improve, which is the most important, and hopefully I can show this in the next round, and then hopefully it's going to be again a great tournament for me.
Well, I'm pretty emotional. You know, generally, you know, when I've been in Italy, Italians express themselves. You are able to control yourself so well. I want to know how you do it.
We can say we are a bit different, me and you.
Okay.
But it shows that, you know, everyone is different. Everyone has his own mentality. I have mine. I have to say I'm quite happy with my one. But
what are you saying?
Oh, I think we stop here. I think it's better.
All right. Let's give it up for Jannik Sinner. Well done. Keep it going.
Well, that was fun. Mr. McEnroe enjoying his time on the stage as well. Getting the best out of Jannik Sinner, who needed to do a bit of thinking tonight, Pekka, didn't he? Because for a set and a half, he was under pressure.
He was under pressure. He did not play his best tennis. He said it himself. There's room to improve. Very diplomatically in the typical Jannik Sinner way. But he will improve. That's what he always does. And he looked quite good to me in the last 2 sets and a half, I will say.
Yeah, it's encouraging. It will be Marcus Giron in the next round, the American who had a 5-set win today over Thomas Etcheverry.
Yeah, that's a good win for Marcus Giron. And let's take a last look at the numbers. He will want to go maybe a bit up in the first serve department, and of course for his standards go lower in the unforced errors department. But many of these issues were happening in the first set and a half when Schoolcade was really playing top 10 tennis. And so I think not too worrisome for Jannik Sinner here.
Onwards and upwards, a day off tomorrow. And he will look to get himself into week 2. Confirmation, it'll be a Californian up next. The college player, of course, was Marcus Giron. Kecmanovic beat Hurkacz today comfortably. Olga Runa also through. Lots of big names still in this section. One Italian's been a winner here. We'll find out if another one can follow suit, because Jasmine Paolini is coming up here very shortly.
Final encounter on Rod Laver Arena on day 5 of the Australian Open 2025 is Jasmine Paolini, 4th seed from Italy, Italian knight here. In centre court, up against the Mexican Renata Zarazua, David Colbert alongside Laura Robson, and players just about to be introduced. Probably about an hour later than they would have thought. It went to 4 sets, the previous match between Jannik Sinner and the Australian Tristan Schoolgate. So they've had to wait a little longer than they would have anticipated, but we're just about ready to go. How are you? How's your day been?
It's been great, although Jasmine Paolini looks like she might need a double espresso. There was some
if she's
stairs
getting
off
one,
into the distance.
they can send one up here as well. And get us all going. So they're on their way down to Rod Laver Arena through the Champions Walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, magnificent.
Second championship to Barbara Jordan.
She's won it. Martina wins the Australian Open.
That's the man, the championship for Chris Evert-Lloyd.
That'll do it. Mary Pierce is the new Australian champion.
We have a new champion.
Martina Hingis.
Incredible.
Maria Sharapova is the champion. Azarenka has gone back-to-back in Melbourne.
Kerber, unbelievable effort.
Serena Williams wins her 7th Australian Open.
Osaka is champion in Australia. Ash Barty, the champion. Sabalenka, championships back-to-back.
It's women's singles second round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Mexico, Renata Zarazua. And their opponent from Italy, Jasmine Paolini.
Warm reception for both players as they make their way onto Rod Laver Arena. Big moment in particular for Renata Zarazua. Just her 2nd Australian Open to be playing on the big court. A little intimidating walking down that Champions Walk, I would have thought, particularly if you're playing one of the players' names as mentioned as you're walking in. If you're playing Aryna Sabalenka and you're hearing the audio of all of that, that'd be a little off-putting.
Slightly, yeah, but Renata was able to come out and practice on this court because the day session finished super early, and as we heard from when she did walk out, she's got a good amount of support in her little player box section. There's a lot of Mexican flags down there, and they're pumped up, ready to go. So I like the little smile as she came out onto the court.
Can't believe I left my Mexican wrestling mask at home. In fact, I've got a collection
we didn't get
of
the
them.
memo.
I've got a collection of them, and I'm a bit angry at myself. Yeah.
Help us with the coin toss today. Ladies, few reminders, 1 for 1, 25 seconds, shot clock everywhere. We have live ELC for close calls, and we have video review for other calls than line calling. We have towel boxes, just the red sticker inside, red, okay, at the baseline area. Blue sticker for you, baseline area, okay? Normal change of hands, and after the coin toss, quick picture facing the side. Any questions? No questions. We have John or AO. What would you like to choose? John, AO. It's gonna be John for you. Finn? It's John. Just serve. Okay? Picture this side, please. Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
That was very thorough, wasn't it?
Lovely. Thank you. Have a great night.
Any questions? No questions.
No, let's get to business.
I like that. I have heard it before once they get to this point. I guess Zarazua, big court, slightly different arrangements. As the 2 pocket rockets commence their warm-up here, the 27-year-old ranked 70th in the world. Challenger titles to her name over the last couple of years. Just her 2nd Australian Open, 6th Grand Slam overall. First round exit last year via the qualifying. French Open and US Open 2nd rounds. Good win over Caroline Garcia at the US Open last year to make it through to the 2nd round.
Yeah, had a great win against Taylor Townsend in the 1st round this week. Tough 3-setter, a match that would have been really physical with the way that Taylor plays. But when you look at Zarazua's matches towards the end of last year, I think that's where it stands out. A couple of challenger wins, a 115K title to finish the year. Slightly bigger matches that this lady's playing recently.
What a year she had last year, up to a career high of world number 4, 2 titles.
3 minutes.
Grand Slams last year, 4th round of the Australian Open, runner-up the French in Wimbledon, and then 4th round of the US. Handful of players to get to the 4th round of all of the Grand Slams last year. Olympic gold medal in doubles with Sara Errani. What a year she had. Got her up to number 4 in the world.
Coming into last year's AO, Paolini had almost no Grand Slam success to speak of. And how things have changed since then.
First time they've had a head-to-head. Yeah, extraordinary when you look at hadn't ever won a match at Wimbledon and ends up as the runner-up. 4 times she's been out in the first round here. Took her 3 times through first round defeats in qualifying before she even got to a first round of the Australian Open. So 29 years of age. It's been a long time in the maturity for Jasmine Paolini. Jill Krabus is with us courtside. It's a little chilly, Jill, and you've been down there for a while enjoying Jannik Sinner's match beforehand. So good evening to you. How's it? Have you got a double espresso to keep yourself warm and fired up?
I do. I actually need another one, but no, this is going to be fun. It is a little bit chilly, you're right. I wanted to feel the conditions. You know, I was here for the end of the Sinner match, as you said, and just I wanted to see Paolini and Zarazua walk out into the court. And Laura mentioned it, but they did both have some smiles on the faces. I think Zarazua maybe a little bit nervous coming out, and it's great that they both got to hit on this court before the night session, and Zarazua came out first. Paolini was actually sitting on the side while she was warming up, just to scout a little bit. This is their first meeting, just to kind of put her eyes on Zarazua across the net, but it's going to be interesting how Zarazua handles this situation being on Rod Laver for the first time.
Did you bring your wrestling mask?
I did not, but I'm pretty jealous. It was a pretty cool mask. I know, next time we'll all have to coordinate.
Yeah, it feels like we could have been a much better dressed commentary team.
Yeah, definitely.
Towels have been in demand throughout the tournament. Did the match with Jack Draper yesterday, and he sat down before the start and demanded 8 towels to the court side. Wasn't happy with the number that he had, so he knew that he was in for a long 5 setup.
He knew he was going to sweat.
Yep.
I feel like those towels for the player box are more to keep warm, if anything. Sara Errani and Tatiana.
Paolini won the toss and chose to serve.
Crowd will file back in, having taken a break after the previous match.
There's Zarazua's camp.
T-shirt there, busy watching women's tennis. I like that. Both camps in the courtside positions, as well as up in the player area in the stands. Paolini will be the strong favourite here, no question, based on the results. 2 wins and a loss at the United Cup for Italy. One of those T-shirts?
That's actually Juliana Olmos, who's a WTA doubles player, who's in the draw here. Got a win yesterday, actually, first round of the ladies doubles. Also from Mexico.
So Paolini won the toss, elected to serve. Haven't seen all that much of that. The win predictor, as you would expect, strongly in favour of the 4th seed.
Jasmine Paolini to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15.
the biggest difference tonight is that Paolini will just have some extra juice on her ground strokes. Not the biggest hitter on tour, but deceptively powerful off the ground. And especially off that forehand side, Zarazua almost slows down. It's a placed shot. And she likes to add the height when she's going for that down the line shot in particular. Could be one of the shortest matchups of the tournament. 5-4 up against 5-3. Don't see that too often in women's tennis these days. That's where Zarazua can make your life difficult. Gets so many balls back into play. Nice throw in with the forehand slice too.
From Zarazua to break the opening game. That will give her a huge boost, and the fans are on their feet.
It's a pretty good start.
Great final point too from both players. But that one was sailing wide.
Oh, they both move so well. So balanced playing this last shot. And the conditions are different at night. It does feel a lot more dead when you're down on the court. And you really have to almost overplay at times to get the pace that would come so naturally a few hours ago.
It's definitely a lot cooler tonight than the other nights, and you can see it in the pace of the ball for sure. Even the way the bounce is coming off the court, both players, you feel like have a little bit more time. So I think we're going to see a lot of long rallies. I think that was a good start for Zarazua, just to hit a lot of balls. That always helps settle the nerves if there are any. So good start for the Mexican.
Renata Zarazua to serve. Love 15. Love 30.
Oh, wild.
15-30.
Again, Zarazua doing a great job of making one extra ball, but you can almost see what Paolini's trying to do there with that last backhand, or really the last two backhands. Close down that angle, step inside the baseline, and try to go for a little more. I think it's hard. Yeah, I think it's hard as well when you don't have any power coming onto your racket.
So after being broken on her opening service game, Paolini has a break point here. Opening serve of the Mexican, Renata Zarazua. So trading breaks of serve, one apiece, opening set.
Zarazua, I think, is going to struggle to hold serve tonight. Doesn't do a lot with her first serve even. And then the second serve is even more attackable. And that's where Paolini has totally changed her game style from 18 months ago to today. She's more willing to be aggressive, further up the court, playing with more power than ever. And it's got her into the big leagues.
When you look at her year last year, 18 Grand Slam match wins, equal only by Sabalenka. And only Coco Gauff, along with Paolini, made the fourth round or better of every one of the Grand Slams last year. And even with the success that she had as the runner-up at the French Open and Wimbledon, it wasn't until she won the Olympic gold medal that she said that she really noticed a change back home in Italy. She loved the fact that all of a sudden she would be walking down the street. She said old ladies would come up and kiss her.
Sorry, I got distracted by the diamonds there.
Yeah, yeah. Girl's best friend. Said the attention that she received after that Olympic gold was elevated her profile back home.
could even tell the difference with every tournament, though. After Roland Garros, there was kind of this chatter, or maybe it was just a fluke, and then backs it up so soon after. And it was just a stamp from Paolini that she totally believes in how she's playing.
So it'll be a big challenge this year, won't it, to continue that form. It's hard to continue that level. That's what elevates the best. Some big hitting and a hold, the first of the match so far. So Paolini leads 2-1 opening set.
Paolini leads by 2 games, 2-1.
Ground strokes of Jasmine Paolini.
Big rule from Paolini, considering it's only 2-1. I think she felt that she just needs to get herself going a bit more, pick up the intensity in what's probably been a very long wait to get out onto the court.
Comfortable first round win over way of China, 6-5, 6-4. So after trading breaks of serve in the first 2 games, Jasmine Paolini holds to lead 2-1 here in the opening set.
And we won't see Zarazua's forehand speed get much higher than that on average, whereas Paolini's probably can get slightly more to it, a few more kilometers an hour.
But there's a difference in the topspin as well. I mean, when they both go for the topspin shot, Paolini definitely has a lot more rotation on her ball as far as how fast it goes. When Zarazua tries to get the topspin on the forehand, it just floats a little bit more, so it gives Paolini time to really be aggressive.
And so that's a dangerous combination for Zarazua. When service speed's not high, ground stroke speed's not high, and you've got someone like Paolini who's prepared to be aggressive.
I do think it's harder to generate in these conditions, though, when you're playing Zarazua, who doesn't give you much and is going for quite a bit of height as well. So Paolini's having to be really intense with her footwork up to the ball, make sure she's got the small steps.
So second break of serve to go out to 3-1 lead in this opening set.
Making use of the new on-court coaching. Still technically off-court, but they may as well be on.
Not everyone's on board. We saw Jannik Sinner's crew in the previous match up in the stands.
Yeah, I think it depends what vantage point you're looking for. Some of the coaches have mentioned that they feel they can see better from up higher. And others preferring the fact that they are so close to the towel box that they're not having to shout and almost broadcast everything that they're saying to their player.
Attentive here, Paolini, quick to move in after the net cord.
Just looking at the two players we mentioned, the height, Zarazua just 5'3" and Paolini 5'4", so both smaller in stature, but the reason Paolini gets a little bit more firepower on her ground stroke is because you can see her flying through the air a little bit here. She allows her body momentum to go through the ball a bit more, whereas Zarazua, I feel, just a little bit more stuck to the ground.
So after being broken in her opening service game, strong since then, leads 4-1. Appearance for her sponsor earlier in the week before the tournament got underway, and out at Kooyong, imagine the players that haven't been to that magnificent heritage site could imagine what this tournament has become from what it was when it was conducted there on the grass courts. Incredible walking around the venue today, number of people in, record crowds each of the days so far, over 80,000 day and night combined. So many things for everyone to do, no matter their age. games in a row for Jasmine Paolini.
What a player Roberta Vinci was. There's such a great cohort of Italian women around that time. Panetta, Schiavone, Vinci, Irani, who is still part of the cohort up in the player box at the moment for Jasmine Paolini.
Left. Listen. Low 15.
And that is big commitment from a doubles partner to be up in the stands at 11:15. That's a proper partnership there.
Triple duty, you think? You'd be happy to watch from the hotel?
Yeah, send a message after maybe, if I'm awake.
Did you have many doubles partners in your
Yeah,
career?
that's probably where I can find someone long term and they've won a gold medal.
That's you. Left. Second serve.
Zarazua just getting pushed a little bit far behind the baseline in quite a few of these rallies, and that's a tough position to be in against Paolini, who tends to be so aggressive. So her court position is definitely more offensive, and it's just causing some challenges for Zarazua from the baseline.
Advantage, Zarazua.
Paolini liked it. She's a scrambler.
In real time, I thought Paolini's shot beforehand was potentially going wide, but watching that replay, probably would have dropped on the line. So good thinking for Zarazua. Just got a racket on it, but couldn't be everywhere at once. And there's the average first serve speed, where you can just see Zarazua struggling to even reach the WTA top 100 average. And it just means she's going to struggle in every service game. Paolini, for me, could be even further up the court here.
Zarazua holds serve though for the first time. Advantage still with Paolini, 4-2.
It's those slices that Paolini is actually having a little trouble coming over and accelerating through when Zarazua has thrown those in. It's really just stopping off the bounce, and she's not quite getting enough rotation underneath the ball. And those were, it's a good play from Zarazua just to keep that ball nice and low.
Playing some nice touch. So aside from that opening service game, no problems on serve for Jasmine Paolini, out to a 5-2 lead in this opening set.
The winner of this matchup has got the next one up against Aryna Sabalenka. It's a tough third round. Of course, no easy third rounds, but you look at certain sections of the draw and think, oh, potentials for upsets everywhere you look.
Other than Katie Bolter, all of the seeds in that section of the draw still alive and fighting on. Svitolina defeating Caroline Dolehide, the USA. Disneyland for tennis fans, Melbourne Park, when it's lit up at night. Tremendous scenes. Coming from a building in the CBD down across Melbourne Park. So that little fact about Jasmine Paolini before was Zarazua serving with new balls. Mexican creating her own history here as well. Don't see many Mexican tennis players. She's just the second in the Open era to win a match at the Australian Open after Angelica Gavaldon. Reached the quarterfinal here in 1990 and 1995, and first round win in 2000 was the last time a Mexican was successful at Melbourne Park.
Love. That's 15.
Actually had some very good players back in the 60s and 50s. Rafael Osuna won the US Open in the men's, and their star female player, Rosie Reyes, was a semi-finalist at the French Open and quarter-finalist at Wimbledon in 1957 and 1959, was a superstar in Mexico. No reason why they shouldn't be able to produce some more players.
I'm just thinking,
tennis players come from everywhere.
Yeah, football's such a big sport there, but definitely for the women, you'd probably put tennis as one of the more popular things to do.
Okay, first set, Paolini.
So after dropping the opening game, broken on serve, Paolini dominant here to take the first set 6-2. Unfussed really, aside from that opening game.
Yeah, and I think back to the reaction that we saw when she won the game to go 2-1 up, and a big roar, and I think she just needed that to get going. And in terms of the numbers, solid enough from Paolini, winning more points off the first serve, more winners, a few more unforced errors, but you'd expect that given that she's trying to be the aggressive player out there, and then converting the 3 out of 5 break points. Just thinking for Zarazua what she can do in this second set, and in that last game we saw her go for a few more deeper second serves. But I think she's just outmatched in power today.
First set highlights show the dominance of Jasmine Paolini. So just 34 minutes for the opening set for Jasmine Paolini. Dominated the Zarazova serve on just the one occasion.
Yeah, Renata's left the court, gone for a quick comfort break. Paolini keeping the feet warm.
What is the temperature at the moment? It's about 16 degrees.
Well,
Jill, what is the temperature?
Yeah, I can see Jill in a jacket.
Yeah.
I've had my jacket on the whole time, and I do feel like it has dropped a little bit in the last 10, 15 minutes, so it's definitely a little bit cool, but I mean, the wind has died down too, so that's been pretty good for the players. It was a little bit breezier at the start of the match, but not so much now. And see Zarazua coming back out onto the court. So quick toilet break, but you mentioned what Zarazua needs to do. It's interesting because watching the movement between the two players, Paolini's definitely a lot more explosive off the ground, and I think that's where Zarazua could be a little bit better, allow herself to flow a little more freely, and I think she's got to move up in the court a little bit. She's getting stuck too far back and allowing Paolini to dictate quite a bit.
Paolini, to serve. Fifteen. Full silo. Okay. Paolini.
Coming off the racket pretty easily at the moment for the Italian.
First game. Second.
Yeah, you kind of think now that she's got the first set in the bag, got that momentum, Paolini's going to be on a roll here.
I'm sure she would have had the memory of that opening service game break in her mind there, wanting to make the most of the advantage of serving first in this second set. She's playing at a quick pace as well.
Great song choice in the changeover.
Partial to some Shania, eh?
Loves some Shania. Surely you do as well.
I'm up for anything that's from the 90s. And the 80s.
Jill, do you see anything that Zarazua can do tactically? Because to me, I think even if she's trying to get a deeper shot in play, it just doesn't have enough pace on it to really challenge Paolini. But maybe if she leans into that, if she gets a bit higher, almost gives nothing to Jasmine, and see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think we just saw an example right there where she tried to get a little bit more aggressive but wasn't quite in position. And I agree with you, the depth that she's going for the forehand, even though it's deep, especially on the forehand, doesn't have a ton on the ball. I think where she could utilize the slice a little bit more, which is what Paolini was struggling with earlier. And I haven't seen that recently, and so that's something that I think she could mix in a bit more.
40. Game Paolini.
So the breaks of serve continue for Jasmine Paolini.
By 2 games to love.
Really doing damage on the Zarazua serve. Seven break points she's had, converted 4 of them. It's fair to say the eye is now in.
She can afford to go for that kind of shot at this point of the match. Just looking at the faster serve from both players. Zarazua almost 20 k's slower than Paolini's fastest serve. And so you're just starting the point on the back foot. She's everywhere, Paolini. It feels like because she's comfortable in the return games, not her own service games here, she can go for broke.
Zarazua did try and hit a little bit more aggressively there, especially on the backhand. She's definitely more comfortable on that side, flattening it out and putting a little bit more pace, but we're just not seeing it as often as I think she could do that.
That's
Here we go.
advantage, Zarazua.
Zarazua gets the width on the first shot of the rally. Inside it, out backhand there.
Game. Zarazua.
It's nice work from the Mexican. Gets the break back. Paolini 2-1 in the second set. We saw a reaction in the opening game and then struck back with the break of serve and then held her own, got a bit fired up. So Paolini will be a little upset with that. But that was good work from the Mexican.
She's a great competitor. It's never going to go away, Renata. And you think back to all those matches that she won at the end of last year. And you do just get used to, you know, even when you're setting a breakdown, not going away and making life as difficult as possible for your opponent. There he is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's loved that last game.
Love 15. Paolini just too careful with the volley. This one here could have closed down the net half a step more. And just having a dip in intensity here, it feels like, Paolini.
You're talking about the intensity, and Paolini has kind of been on herself a little bit from the start of this match, only because most of these points are on her racket, really, from the start. The serve of Zarazua doesn't have a ton on it, so right off the return, she feels like she can do something. So I feel like she knows, she feels like she can be in control. So when she doesn't execute well, she's been getting a little flustered. Has there been much chatter between Jasmine and her coach Renzo Furlan? Not too much. It's been more just emotional. There hasn't been too much talking back and forth. I mean, she's just said a couple things, but he hasn't really responded back. It's more just emotion to each other. Renzo was Coach of the Year in 2024.
Fair enough too, given the results of Jasmine Paolini. No Grand Slam titles, but the rise up the rankings was with a rocket.
That's a really great backhand. Off a no-pace shot to generate everything on your own racket. And you could see the difference with her footwork, the leg drive through, as she's able to play a close stance backhand. Not expecting that one to come back though. And probably against a lot of players it wouldn't. That is what Zarazua does best.
That's a combination that Paolini likes, is especially when she's able to throw that high, heavy forehand up high to the backhand of Zarazua. Anything short, she's really able to flatten that backhand out. It's not going over the net very high. It skims the net and just has so much pace behind it.
So once again, another break of serve. Hard fought. Paolini 3-1. Talking about the section of the draw with most of the seeds still in. In fact, most of the seeds are still in the women's draw full stop. 11 of the top 12. Just last year's runner-up. Zhang is out. There's quality 6 Grand Slam winners remaining. Still wide open, as you would expect. So after dropping her previous service game, Paolini, as she's done throughout the match, recovers well. Dominant here, 4-1. see Jasmine Paolini dominant here, despite the urgings of the Mexican fans for Renata Zarazua.
It's very hard to change direction like that from so far back behind the baseline and off the outside leg as well.
Left. Listen.
Halt!
Third scene, 15.
And doing everything she can to keep things interesting, Zarazua.
Zarazua holds for the second time. Paolini still with the advantage here at 4-2.
It was a little bit better there from Zarazua as far as court position. A lot of Mexican fans getting loud out for Zarazua, but this is where I feel like Paolini is just a little bit better, is using her speed and her footwork more of an offensive way. Throughout this match so far, we've seen Zarazua mostly defend and use that speed in that way, and that's where I feel like she can maybe improve, use it more offensively.
Early on in the rally, Paolini giving her forehand after forehand, but as soon as she gets a look at that backhand, Zarazua does just generate more pace onto the shot and finds it much easier to change direction on that side. I think Paolini's starting to overpress here. Got too close to the finish line in her head.
What's been one-way traffic, this will be a good test for Paolini. Can she dig herself out of this?
No.
Zarazua.
Excellent couple of games for Renata Zarazua.
It's by 4 games to 3.
Already 4-3. Back on serve.
That was slightly unexpected.
I think you're right. I think Paolini was going through the checklist of things that are going to happen after the match. Interviews, cool down, refuel. Forgot about finishing it off.
There's always a certain time of the night where Sweet Caroline comes out.
So holding her own serve and then breaking the serve of Jasmine Paolini hasn't been on the menu that often in this match for Renata Zarazua. She's done it in the last 2 games and back on serve here in the second set.
Love 15.
And you would expect Paolini to just settle in here after that changeover, just reset. Perfectly with the backhand cross-court, Jill.
Yeah, you're definitely getting a sense that she was trying to overpower Zarazua right now, and Zarazua is actually becoming a lot more consistent. And you're right, Laura, you can definitely feel her pressing when she feels like she has that ball that she can put away. She's just pressing a tad.
Probably was thinking about bedtime, maybe a little peppermint tea or something. Also up there, we should say, is Fed Cup captain, Billie Jean King Cup captain, Tatiana Garbin, just next to Sara Errani, former player herself. We're so used to seeing Paolini get this lovely rotation over the ball. And it seems like that's what's missing here. Most of the errors going long.
was incredible. The Paolini, that one was right in front of me, and it was such a good low shot from Zarazua, but the way Paolini kept moving forward on that one to the ball. Very good movement forward.
Again, just playing that one over. Overplaying it slightly.
She actually overran that one a little bit. She was too fast and was trying to get back into the court so quickly, ended up jamming herself and caught that ball into the body. You're just getting the sense that Paolini just putting a little extra pressure on herself, just desperately wanting to get through this game. You can feel the tension just a little more from Paolini. Excellent point from both players. It was the hardest hitting shot from both Paolini and Zarazua in this match, and such an aggressive stance from Paolini to take that last ball out of the air.
Longest game of the match, and Paolini prevails at the break. Leads 5-3. Serve for the match.
Paolini leads by 5 games to 3.
Well, Paolini just dug deep there. I mean, she was getting a little bit frustrated, desperately trying to get through that game, but she really buckled down in those last couple points. Such great intensity to be able to keep that break a serve, and now serving for the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great redirect from Zarazua, using Paolini's pace against her. She's been so good at that backhand on line, in particular of back-footing Paolini slightly.
Just over an hour and 15 minutes to bring up the 2 match points.
Left. Passer. Game. Renata Paolini. Right to set, stool up. 6-2, 6-3.
Strong performance from Jasmine Paolini. Very composed. 6-2, 6-3. Now in 16 minutes. The Italian through to the 3rd round. Maybe took a game or two longer than we thought, Jill, towards the end there, but that was a very impressive display from the 4th seed.
It was. I think overall she'll be really pleased with that performance. I think Zarazua is a tough competitor. She makes a lot of balls. She's going to make you play, and she actually makes you win the point, which is what Paolini had to do. And Zarazua, got to give her credit. She made an extra push at that end, tried to start to be more aggressive, and you know, Paolini had to up the intensity at the end to get through that, and really did a good job of dictating. She's got a lot of Mexican fans. Zarazua, she's fun to watch, and she's getting a great round of applause as she leaves the court. But you're right, is Paolini. She had to up her level, and she did a good job of that in the end.
Laura Robson has dashed downstairs. She's courtside with our winner, Jasmine Paolini.
Jasmine, congratulations. Through to the 3rd round, but it was looking very straightforward until it wasn't. In that 2nd set, 4-1, it gets a little closer. What happened there, and how did you manage to reset after that changeover?
Yeah, it was a tough match. It feels like I played 7 hours. I don't know why, but maybe I was nervous, you know, first time playing here in the Rod Laver Arena, and it's an amazing court. But, you know, Renata is a really tough player. The ball is coming back so many times, and it was tough, you know, and but I think at the end I managed to close the match, and I'm really happy about it.
What was that walk like for you, walking out onto Rod Laver through that walk of champions? It's got the audio, it's got all the lights and the previous winners in there, and then you come out, your first match on Rod Laver. Talk us through the experience.
Yeah, it was so nice. I practiced this week a little bit on this court, and yeah, it feels amazing, you know, and I feel very lucky to play on this court, and yeah, to do the tunnel. It's so hot in the tunnel because so many lights. It's like, I don't know, 40 degrees there. Do you agree?
I agree, but it means you're ready to come out because you're already sweating a little.
Yeah, but no, it feels great, you know, and I'm really happy that I got my first win on this court.
And a tough one in the next round, as you would expect at this stage of the tournament. You're playing Aryna Sabalenka. Amazingly, it seems like you've never played each other. I don't know how that's possible at this stage of your career, but what are you expecting out of that one?
It's going to be tough. I practiced with her last week, I mean, here, and she's playing so good. She's an amazing champion, so it's going to be tough, but let's see what will happen. I will give my 100% and I hope to enjoy the match, and I hope you come as well and enjoy as well.
I'm sure they'll be back. And just a quick one to finish. I don't know if you were watching the tennis today, but during the day session on this court, there was a lot of chat about coffee. And I thought maybe you'd want to impart your opinion as an Italian. The vote from Alex de Minaur was that Australia has the best coffee in the world.
Not really. Not really. We drink espresso, so for us it's tough to drink coffee here. But my coach, you know, every tournament he's bringing his coffee machine with the Italian capsule of coffee. Every tournament he's bringing, and yeah, he's drinking a lot of coffee. Me too, but he much more.
So just for the crowd, we'll say Australia's a very close second.
Okay, because we are in Australia, okay.
Let's go with that and let's finish it on a positive. Congratulations, through to the third round.
Thank you very much for staying here until late. Thank you, thank you.
Coffee wars have broken out. It's the Australian Open of 2023. Swiatek claimed that the coffee was better in Sydney than Melbourne. That's had Melburnians up in arms. Jill, do you have a view on this?
You're not going to ask me this question, are you?
It's better than the coffee in America, that's for sure. Although
that's sure.
That's not very hard.
That is for sure. Actually, my favorite coffee isn't here in Melbourne, if you can believe that. I'm not just trying to win fans.
Well, it was a good performance, and she'll be... You never take anything for granted. Let's take a quick look at the statistics. I'll demonstrate what we knew, that...
just the winners, overall 19 winners to just 9 from Zarazua. I mean, that just shows you how aggressive and more in control I feel like Paolini was throughout that match. Served a lot better, backed her serve with the first serve points won, and just was able to have so many break point chances, 11 converted 6, and she just played very, very well. A little overpowering, I think, for Zarazua today.
Jill, you're on first match tomorrow, so I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Enjoy your night.
You too.
Final match on Rod Laver Arena. One more match on the outside courts. Daniil Medvedev still in operation against Renata, the USA. In fact, they're just in the second set there. That's going to go for some time as we approach 10 to midnight. My Italian's no good, so I can't tell you what that says. What I can tell you is that here's the draw as we lock in all the slots for the women's third round in this section of the draw. Rybakina and Stremska at the top. All-American battle Madison Keys versus the former runner-up Danielle Collins, Najmaya and Kudmetova. And then down the bottom, as we've heard, Elena Svitolina up against Jasmine Paolini, who's won here in convincing fashion, 6-2, 6-3, to move through to the third round.